5 minutes left for case building. One minute left for case building. right, the time for case building has ended. Sebelum kita mulai debatnya, untuk adjudicator chamber 2 dipersilahkan menuju ruangan chamber 2. And to all participants that is located in chamber 2, can you all please stand up and will be guided by the committee. Yeah, you can follow the committee. Untuk peserta yang dialokasikan di chamber 2, dimohon untuk berdiri dan mengikuti panitia. All right, since the chamber 1 already sat on their position, this debate I will be given to the adjudicator to be directed.
Welcome to Element Round, first round. Pesertanya. Before I begin to debate, I want a quick roll call. Okay, thank you. OG, Sifologi, Muhammad Rafli Maulana, Wahyu Aji Susilo, okay. Ramatim, OO, Ganesha, Rendezvous. Okay, all clear. Before you begin your speech, please indicate your, introduce yourself and give me speaker role, your PM or DPM, and state your POI preference, whether it is raise hand or interrupts directly or something, any other method, and use your pronouns if you will. Okay, before that, Muhammad Rafli, which one, PM and GPM? OO? Speaker. Okay. CG? Which one's first, second? Member. CO? First. Okay, without further ado, under motions controlling flow, this House prefer to build river embankment massively rather than relocating residents who live on a riverbank. To open the debate, let's call upon Prime Minister. He here.
Okay. It's too loud. Is it okay if I just use my voice? Is it okay, guys? It's clear enough. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Well, I will be the first speaker of the government team for the autonomous government. My name is Muhammad Rafli Maulana. POI preference is you raise your hand and say POI. If I agree, I will say that I agree. If I'm not, I will just say no, thank you. Okay, I think that's all. I don't have any, I don't know what preparation or something like that. Okay, I will begin my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity today. But okay, first thing first, let us see about the motions again. The motion is about in controlling flood, this house preferred to build river embankments massively rather than relocating residents who live on the riverbank itself. So this debate is about which one is better. Is it to build river embankment massively, or we relocating residents who live on the riverbanks? And we, as the owner of the government teams, agree that we have to make or build the river embankments massively. But before that, let me tell you about the background. Why does it matter? Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is an archipelago. We know about it. We are clearly surrounded by the oceans. We are clearly surrounded by the river. We are clearly on the, what does it call it? We have just only two, because we are tropical, we only have two weathers, the rainy one and the summer one. No, it's not summer, it's like a drone, like a drone then. Okay, but on the rainy day, like December, we know that on December 2023 itself, we are getting heavy rain, ladies and gentlemen. And from my point of view itself, from our point of view, from this heavy rain, what does it cost? What does it take? What does it take? At the end of the day, we saw about, let me say about, for the example, is about Bengawan Solo River itself. The river that I'm going, when I'm going here, I'm going through the Bengawan Solo River itself. And what happened there? There are still a lot of people living, there's a residents who live on the riverbank itself. Is it safe? It's not. Why, ladies and gentlemen? Because at the end of the day, if we want to relocate the residents who live on the riverbanks, we don't do anything to the river itself. We never expecting the rain, we never know about the flood itself, we never expecting them, but it just came. Flood may be the cause of God, or maybe the work of God, but the problem of the flood itself will be caused by man if we don't do anything about it. That's the objective of today's debate. And what's the background of today's debate? And our team choose to build the river embankment massively. Why? We can solve from the two sides effect. First one, what I want to say is about the continuity itself. Okay, we relocate the residents who live on the riverbanks. We relocate it, let's say, far away. And then what? The river still will be having some flood. Maybe there's no people near there. There will be no people near there. But still, at the end of the day, the river will have some flood and the flood will go everywhere. It doesn't even stop the problem at all. By rebuilding the river embankment massively and we dig the water and we dig the river bed, it means that we make the capacity of the river much more increase. We increase the capacity of the river. If we increase the capacity of the river itself, the water will have the water capacity will be much more. I can say the embankment will have much more water capacity. That's what I'm trying to say. That means that we're not just making people don't leave their places and make it cost much more. Yeah, if we just relocate residents who live on riverbanks, there are also a cost factor because relocating people is just not like we have to relocate them on somewhere else. Relocating them, it means we have to build a house. We have to give them some spaces. We have to give them the abilities. We have to give them the accommodations and everything else. And we know that people, especially people that live on the Solo River banks or residents there is mostly a farmer. If we relocate them, what about the farm? We just leave it out there, nothing to do, and yet the flood will still come. If we make the capacity increasing at the end of the day, it will make much more water. It's not like it will make much more water, but it will take much more capacity of the water. And after that, we will relocate or maybe channeling the water after that to the oceans. The point of the building the river embankments massively is to, what does it in English? It means that we have to make increase the capacity. The capacity will make the places for the water, and the water will go with the flow to the oceans. That's the point. The point is to make the water going to flow to the oceans, because we don't have the place, we don't have the cost and the doable things, and really doable and will be much more. How should I say this? The cost will be much more cheaper if we just make the index massively. Then relocating residents who live on the riverbank itself. So we agree that we have to build the river embankment massively rather than relocating residents who live on the riverbank. I think that's all. Thank you. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. To respond in case of the government, let's call upon their positions. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raka Abdussamada from Widyadharma University. I'm studying here in first speaker of opening opportunity team. I will start debate in 3, 2, 1, go. I disagree for the most with two will refer embankment massively rather than relocation residents who live in riverbanks. I want to rebuttal the government team about relocate is more cost than river embankment. Let us more honest that cost problem for build river embankment is more bigger. Make river embankment is use a lot of money. Besides, well, the river embankment we need to sustain the embankment. We need to embankment maintaining. We need to cleaning the river every day from dirty. We know that people Indonesia commonly have lack of garbage education. We need a long journey to educate people that have life in the sack rules way. It means cost for educate, cost for employed. For fastest way, we prefer to relocate residents. It's not only fast but also safety first. We can fact or control Mother Nature well. We only can predict, such as climate change, sun movement, which is very crucial factor in rising flood. With relocation residents, we can calm the people about the flood effect. But the river embankment is just prefer the flood, not to fight it. Predict can be wrong. We need to prefer for human safety first. The river embankment for us just to buy them, just to buy them for relocate people who live on river banks. We need to as soon as possible to move residents from river banks to more sustainable place to stay. There is law from and government that we can stay along we cannot stay along the river bank. The law made is for our safety. So if we just will the river embankment massively without relocate them, that means we disobey the rules. So I so we from opposition team we prefer to relocate residents for safety and sustainability of citizen if strive. Thank you.
Hello everyone. first of all, allow me to introduce myself. All right, my name is Wahyu Aji Susilo, and I'm here as the second speaker of the opening government. My preference of is raising hand. I will begin my debate in 3, 2, 1. For the theme of the debate itself, in control floods, THB to build river embankments massively rather than relocating residents who live on riverbanks. So from our point of view as a government itself, why we have to build embankment massively rather than relocated residents, it's because, first of all, if you guys want to say about safety or about it's safety for the residents, the river embankment itself is already safe. I mean, there are so many examples for this building because it's been proved. A lot of there are so many building that already built in this in Java itself, such as in Pamali River and Bengawan Solo River itself. And if we want to prioritize the resident itself, I think that we built the embankment massively. It's already prioritizing the resident itself. Why? Because we don't know the majority of the people who live in near of the river banks. We don't know about their occupation. I think after we make some research that the majority of the majority of the people who live in near river bank of Bengawan Solo is a farmer, as the first speaker said. Then if we relocating the residents itself, we can't just we can't just relocating because we can't we don't have any other solution of that. How about their occupation? How about their living? And if you talk about cost, the building of the massive embankment is cheaper than we relocating many people in the near of riverbank, because do you guys know that people who live in the near of a riverbank, it's a lot. It's not just 100 or maybe 1,000. It's more than that, isn't it? It's a more than that. It's more bigger than that. So rather than we relocated a lot of people who live near of the riverbank, we just can't make this. We just can't build the river embankment itself, because if we build this river embankment massively, we can control the river. We can just know like that we can more stabilize the river itself because of that embankment. So that's maybe my. So maybe it costs more at the first. Yes, it is. But we talk about continuity. We talk about not only tomorrow, not only 1 year, 2 year, but we talk about 10 years and maybe more than that. Because what if we just relocated the people who live in the near of the river bank? It's just a short. What is it? It's just a short solution. It's not a continuous. So it's not a continuous solution. So let me explain about how do we control the river. So it starts from the upstream. So at the upstream of the river, we can decreasing the bit of the river itself. We can't build we already have in Bengawan Solo, we already have a big reservoir, a big dam. For example, Gajah Mukur. task building can decreasing the bit of the river itself. When we have the river that already been decreasing that the bit in the river side itself, we can build the river embankment massively, because after we already combining that the the dam and the river embankment, so we can control that river for not only for 1 year, 10 year, but for continue. Maybe that's it for me. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margaret Onggo from Widyadharma University, Klaten. I'm here as a second speaker from opposition team. I will start my debate in 3, 2, 1. I want to rebuttal the government team again about more cost, about the control. We can copy the way of Basuki Cahayapurnama from Jakarta that already relocate citizens from riverbank. The new apartment make the citizens very happy. With easy bureaucration, Basuki Cahayapurnama a success to move citizens from riverbank, and now they have a very happy life in their new place. To relocate the citizens from riverbank is not only for safety, as my first speaker said before. It is to obey the rules. As our opposition team said before, there is a rules that no build any residence in a riverbank. If government team insists to just build the river embankment massively without relocate, it's just like you adding more cost and cost again without saying anything about people's safety. Why they not? How about the river stuck because of the garbage they throw by the people? How about the people that didn't know about the river maintaining? We need to educate them first. So during the time we relocate them to the new place, we can educate them. We can build the river embankment. I know that the several river embankment was still function in Java, but please count which one is better. They are old. We need to renew them. We need to build the new one. We need to maintain them. So we need the sustainability, not only for control, but sustainability. So we need a blueprint. We need mind mapping, not only just for build new embankment massively, but without care about people's safety. Again, about Gajah Munggur, that is to build reservoir. That is different. Reservoir is for Wonogiri people to have water resource during the drought era, the drought time. So I think the argument is not failed. Is failed. Sorry. So I, from opposition team, prefer to relocate residents for safety and sustainability of citizens itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Leader of Opposition, to close the debate on the closing. Let's call upon the member of government speaker.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Yolana Nurlinda from University Tunas Pembangunan Surakarta. Here, I'm here as first speaker from closing government. I will start from 3, 2, 1. Okay. I agree with this opening government because we prepare to build. We prefer to build river embankment massively rather than relocation residents who live in riverbank. Why? First, this is easy to management the cycles of water. Second, this is effective and can help the river. This is so easy. And for if the rain for many capacity, this is can help. I mean, this embankment can help to avoid this river. As we know, this is so many embankment to build massively to PUPR like Solo Bengawan and Gajah Mungkur. This opening position say time to relocate them, but no, I think much many time to relocating residents. Meanwhile, embankment. Yes.
You said that we buy time. We buy time to relocate them. We build riverbank is to buy time for relocate them, not to control the flow.
Yes.
We buy time to relocate them.
Yes. I say opening, no closing. Okay. And other, as we know, this is so many embankment as the build from PUPR, but the benefit from river embankment, this is can help the community to much more the weather. I think the river embankment that so help control floods, and I don't think the relocation residents that's no help. Yes. My other opinion is relocation resident is not effective because first of all, this is now all the people want to leave her place. Okay. Oh, I think it's enough. Thank you.
Thank you, the responding member of the opposition, closing position. Here.
Okay, I'm Zuma, the first speaker of the closing opposition. I will start my speech by 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. As a closing opposition, we totally stand for relocating residents who live on the riverbanks. And before that, our rebuttal from the government side, they said that the first speaker said that it's not safe for residents to live in the riverbanks when you were coming to the Bengawan Solo. But your second speaker said that it's not safe. So there is inconsistency with their speech. The second one, the matter of cost to relocate and also the river embankment. Let's see from this point of view. First, we need the cost to build river embankment. And the second one, in Indonesia itself, the culture of Indonesian, we cannot trust the government 100% because we still have a lot of the public sector, the private sector can also have a high risk of corruption. That's the reality of our nation. And you know what? It doesn't mean that you have a well planned to river embankment. Meanwhile, the implementation is not well enough. So we need to think about the effectiveness, the cost, and also the high risk of corruption from the private sector or the stakeholder to build a river embankment. The second one, it also have a net cost to tackle down if the flood still happen, even though you have built the river embankment. We cannot control that. Somehow in the different cases, it also happened, the flood, even though you have already river embankment. And you know what? The cost to tackle down, to solve the problem after the floods, it's bigger. The impact after floods, it's also bigger rather than the cost to build river. And also, relating, for my team, we already analyzed about the safety and well-being from 2 points of view. The first is from prevention and also the mitigation, and the second one is also action or solving. The first, we have to know the culture of Indonesian people, the habit of the Indonesian people who live in the riverbanks. How they always mostly they throw their waste into the river, right? We cannot deny that wherever you see the river, mostly it's full of garbage. Whatever the rules, whatever the strict rules government has made, that's the reality. And why we need to relocate them? Because we can move their people so that they cannot contribute directly to the river from the waste, from the trash, and also the pollution. Thank you. Next. And also, after that, we all can see from the second point of view, which is the action and all solving. When the flood happened, who will get the first impact? Of course, the people who live in the riverbanks, right? I agree with the opposition because they already mentioned about the safety, about the sustainability. Yes, that's true. And also, when it happened, who will get the first impact? Of course, the residents, of course, the people. And what about the cost? It's much bigger, right? And also, I agree that from the habit of Indonesian people, no matter we have made the strict rules, they will still throwing the waste, and it will give the increase. Yes.
Okay, we're talking about the continuity here. The point is about the controlling floods itself. We're not talking about we are talking about the cost, but the point is about the controlling floods. If we just move them, the flood will be still there. We have to control them, no matter it is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer your POI. First, we need to control the cause. The cause, sebab, is also because of the people. You agree with that? How about the habit of people? Right? They give the contribution, the big contribution to the river directly. Right? When we look at them, we can decrease, we can teach them about the management, and also they can live better because it also related to the health, right? And the second one, when you talk about the flood management, when the people still there, they can give the big contribution to the flood, even though you have good well management about the flood and also the river embankment, right? So as the opposition, we stand for to relocating them in terms of the safety, the health of the people during their life, and also the sustainability. Thank you.
To close the debate from this side of the government, let's call government view. Here it is.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning all. And my name is Dava Zaidan Alamisuddin from Universitas Tunas Pembangunan Surakarta. Three, two, one, go. In controlling floods, THP to build river embankment massively rather than relocation resident who live in riverbank. I think relocation resident not effective because relocation resident very have to money much, and second, not all the community want to relocation. In that, we can control the river and where, but we can control the river and where, but we can max to refuse. I agree with opening government because we need embankment to easy relocation. Also need more cost. Relocation is not solution. Thank you.
Thank you for the closing government view. Let's close the debate to hear the closing decision. Here.
Okay, so my name is Aurel. I'm here as your opposition with my pronoun, of course, she, her. If I accept your POI, I will say yes. If I ignore you, it means I don't accept it. Okay, I would like to start my speech and I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so basically, we as the opposition team think that relocating people who live in the river banks is better than build the river embankment massively. Why? Okay, before that, I will say some rebuttal to the closing government team. The first speaker say that it is easy to manage the weather. if it is easy to manage the weather, and then why we do need to build the river embankment then? Why? We don't have to build the river embankment if we can control the weather. And also, the second speaker said that the benefit of the built river embankment can help community to control the flood. I see the inconsistency from the opening government and the closing government. The opening government said that flood is caused by the season. It is like a natural events. And the closing government said that we can control that. What do you mean by that? Oh my gosh. And then the closing government also said that people don't want to go to the other place. How do we know? I think that people will choose to the other better place to live if they know that their nowadays home, it is not safe, which is in the riverbanks, right? And then, so that's why in controlling floods, we should relocating people who live in the riverbanks, because of course, for the safety, if we let the people to live in the riverbanks, means that we let them to be the first who get the impact of the flood itself. And also, the Indonesian people, you know, the culture of Indonesian people is, oh, I have a trash, I just have to throw it anywhere. Like the children, like the, what is that? Young generation, and also everyone is like ignorance about the trash itself. And then if we let them to live in the riverbanks, means that we let them to contribute more cost of the flood itself. And also, the increase of the population, if we let the people to live in the riverbanks, we let them to increase their population. They will have a children, and then they will give more domestic trash. And also, they will, no, thank you. And then, we just have to bring the people to the better place where they can manage their trash effectively. And then if you say about the cost, in Indonesia there is a program there is a program transmigration, and you know that if you say about the cost, and then why the government make that program? No, thank you. If you say about the cost, I mean, like if you build the riverbank, and then there is another chance to floods to be coming at another time, and then it will be flood, and flood. It means that you have to build the another river embankment, and then. No, if you say about the, okay, go.
Right. If we want to talk about the cost, what if you just what if after you relocated the residents and still having flood there, it's going to be a double cost.
Okay, it's going to be double cost. Okay. What you have to know here is that the cost of the flood itself, the cost of the flood, beside of the natural event itself, the cost of the flood is also the humans. And also, we as a human contribute to the cost of the floods by throwing the trash and another. Now, if we just let them to be in the riverbanks, we let them to contribute directly to the cost of the flood itself. If you say about double cost, now if we bring people to the another place, we just decreasing the big cause of the flood, right? And also, mana tadi? Okay, and also the first speaker of the opening government said that it is not safe for the people to live in the river bank. If it is not safe to live in the river bank, why we should build the river embankment? Why? If it is not safe for the people to live there, we just have to relocate them to the another safe place, right? Why do we need to build the river embankment if it is not safe to live there? And also, the DPM say it is already safe. If it is already safe, why do we need to build the river embankment? There is inconsistency of both of your opinions. So that's why we as an opposition team stands that in controlling floods, we should relocating residents who live on the river banks rather than build river embankment massively. Thank you.
Thank you for the closing debate. So to closing, we close the debate. Thank you everyone for the debate. Congratulations to this team. Yay! I and my panel need some time to deliberating the results of this elimination round. So yeah, hope for your best. And I think you can waiting in the outside. So we can call you after our deliberation.
Alright, buat peserta diharapkan bisa keluar ruangan dan jika ingin foto-foto di gedung utama kalian opening tadi ada foto booth-nya ya. Terima kasih.
Dia bisa ngomong soalnya. Kalau yang dikit itu udah. Iya bisa. Gimana? Ini atau mulai berapa dengan dari sana ada ini udah ada rekeningnya dari sini gimana? dua tiga karena di OB itu kan dia ngomongin pasti diri increase terus dia ngomong seperti belajar ini kan expecting ya dari Tuhan dari proses Tuhan tapi dia tuh nggak kasih komparasi continuity yang dia pengen gimana itu dia kapasitas dari part total increase total error increase itu mostly farmer yang kemudian gimana dari farm itu cuman nggak dijelaskan karena sih mungkin jadi poin yang kayak mereka tuh hampir sama di ngomong relokasi ini murah terus oke juga bikin itu juga murah terus lebih mahal kayak gimana makanya yang murah dan yang aku mau ke poinin di Bobo itu ini tuh ada kalau misalnya orang tetap stay di situ sebenarnya udah bisa beda rules karena udah ada rulesnya tapi di OG ini nggak dijelaskan sekali itu rules itu ya mereka cuma ngomong dari pertama sampai kedua itu juga kita bisa kontrol the river terus pertanyaannya tadi gimana kalau misalnya residen itu tetap di situ flow terjadi kan nah di OG juga nggak ada jawaban itu kalau di Bobo dia kayak ngejawab kalau build doang tanpa relokasi itu kosmos karena banyak sampah akan stuck di river. Nah yang sebenarnya penting adalah educate people untuk ini dari river. Nah ini yang poin yang kayak nggak ada di OG. Kalau aku kayak ada mereka ngomong kita harus dulu pindah kan harus punya blueprint dulu buat bikin itu karena kalau bikin doang ya ujung-ujungnya cost itu perlu lebih ngejawab cost mana yang lebih cheaper di Bobo dibanding di Bobo jadi sebenarnya harus tersedia additionally water oceans to water flow to ocean. Oh iya. Ya ini beda-beda tipis sih. Kalau yang
ini lagi jalan jomplang, nanti dia bukan jomplang, Mustalah mulai ini kan. Padahal itu ekstrim ya, ini juga SMA juga. SMA. Kalau SMA pakai X sebagai TV. S itu 3. Jadi dari dia kelompok. Jadi dua kelompok, satu kelompok 3 orang. Jadi dia lebih simple sebenarnya kalau dan emosinya tidak ya harus ribet kayak pattern semua itu kayak basic. fun debating.
Check. Okay, let's proceed since everyone was here. Congratulations, firstly, for everyone here that complete your, your fast eliminated round, so you can proceed or not proceed to the debate. So let me begin your my oral adjudications into three parts. First, general overview. Second, the rank, and the reason behind the rank. Before moving to debate, I like to give like a short brief about the debate. I think debater need to understand the motions first. You need to address which one definitions should be addressed well. For example, since the motions very specific into looking how to solve the problem into the float. Second, you need like to address which one proposal which better, which you need to classify the problem of each motions appear. For example, you need to relocate. What's the problem of relocations? And you need to address what is the problem of building a new river embankment as well as massively. So you need to like addressing the motions at the specific word. Second, I need to give like the rank. The first ranks going as follows: CO, OO, OG, and CG. The reasons, firstly, why I count to first the class of the debate. You need to see which one was safe, which one was really suitable for each motions, and the cause one of that. Third, you need to have a good response between both sides and the cross sides of your debate and give a comparative benefit. Here, I give you the reasons why CO can give and tackle the debate at the top positions. First, CO give the you mutual and exclusive contributions, which one give you a clear definitions and give some example of the likelihood. For example, they state about the likelihood that people living in Indonesia appears with untrusted well to the government, which comes from a lot of corruptions, which may cause a lot of costs in the building and relocating the people that actually need to be bring at the first debate as the likelihood why these kinds happen. Second, CO actually gain a benefit that explain preventions and mitigations through the flooding and relocating people need to control the cause of the flood itself by like mitigate the flood before it's happened. The other case that the CO also says that it's the flood is part of the natural happen that actually people can be moved to another place that actually provided. Comparatively to OO that actually comes to the second place, OO actually good at the structuring the debate by saying building rivers need a lot of maintaining, for example, cleaning, so on and so forth, and making buildings a lot of money. But they never explain to you why, in the end of the day, those cash money happens and the comparative benefits, or which one that which costly happen when you are relocating people to other places. Second, OO also give to you the example of the rules that actually happen in the status quo, which one good point to tackle, but you never understand, you don't like explaining why the example of relocating people in Jakarta, for example, why it gonna be good in the end of the day, and how it can impact to the happiness of the people in the end of the day. So it is kind of lack of the component of the argument itself. So yeah, that's why OO goes lower than CO in the end. So moving to the third one, why OG cannot higher than OO than CO. OG actually give a lot of good argument, which is good structure buildings by saying float is not expecting from the people, but it comes from the man itself. But you also saying that the continuity of build river embankment, which is good, and make the capacity of river increase. But suddenly you jump into like relocating most people, actually most farmer, as the one who impacted in the debate is not actually not mutually relevant to the debate, because you don't like explaining why and how in the end of the day farm can have a lot of damage and impact in the end of the day. Second, you're also saying the cost of build a river embankment more cheaper than the relocating people, but you never explain to us which one aspect of those kind of like building some new massively, because we talk about massively, you don't give like comparative benefit which one that you build it massive, or you're relocating some part of just some people living there. Second, like you also saying about the resident and majority, you addressing the problems of occupations, majority people living in the area of the river, but you never address how in the end of the day those kind of people can save or not. Well, you are building a new river embankment after while you build a new river embankment, and how the people can survive in the end of the day. Comparative to OO, the OO has like explained the safety of the people, because when we are relocating, we not only obey the rule that happen in the status quo, but we also like make more people safe rather than live in some area actually trouble in the end of the day. So I think it's because of that, OG cannot proceed to like higher than OO, because like, yeah, the comparative benefit and the response of some cases. Lastly, why CG actually the bottom of the rank of the debate? Actually, CG doesn't clear explain to us why in the end of the day, embankment refers have many times to relocate to the new places, and you don't address like why in the end of the day benefit of helping community to like changing the weather can actually exclusive benefit for people that live in the rivers bank, and why in the end of the day building some new embankment massively will go beyond the relocating people on the other hand. Actually, your argument actually mostly the same with the government. I think you need to like explain more and give some example, and like compare it to the other badges as well. So because of that, I think CG rank at the bottom of the rank. So those kind of the reasons actually from us the judges after deliberating. If you have any questions or approach during your feedback or something like that, you can approach me or my panels, Pak Neil as well. You can ask for your development. I think that's it. Thank you for the debate. Yeah, thank you.
All right, congratulations for everyone that has participated, and for those who are going to the next round. After this, kalian bisa makan di sini maupun di luar, tasnya bisa ditinggal di sini, dan nanti jam 11.45 bisa kembali ke sini ya. Untuk maaf 12.45. Untuk yang belum lolos ke babak selanjutnya diharapkan untuk masih tetap mengikuti serangkaian hingga akhir untuk mendukung temannya ya. Terima kasih.
Yang untuk di gedung PJT Tangguh, yang itu masuknya sebelah kiri. Kalau mau nunggu di sini sampai jam 1 nggak apa-apa, tapi ya itu nanti masih sampai jam 3 kan ya. Mau makan di sini juga nggak apa-apa. Di kursi belakang aja kalau mau. Untuk tasnya mau ditaruh di sini juga nggak apa-apa. Tasnya disimpan di sini nggak apa-apa. Oh iya.
Iya.
Di sini semua, di sini semua. Banyak banget Pak. Ini masukin tadi.
agent.
Yeah.
Sultan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to final round of 10th World Water Forum. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Khairunisa as the Master of Ceremony in final debate today. So, before we start the final debate, let's pray. Let's start by praying first. Praying is welcome. Okay, praying is never enough. For the next session, I'll give to Mas Sultan. For Mas Sultan, the time is yours.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sultan Prasasti. I will be the judge with my panels into the final round to the debate contest with 10 World Water Forum today. Yay! First of all, let me congratulate for everyone that has been compete in the first round or the eliminatory round. You're such a great debater. If you're passed or not passed to the final round, you will be a great debater. First of all, it's since it been a valuable journey that you have. Actually, yes, congratulations to everyone has been come here. Second of all, before we proceed to the final round, let me give you some summary and brief what we should talking about in the first round, or actually it is kind of additional things because we're talking about World Water Forum since we want to go like the biggest event in the world according to the water since it coordinated to Indonesia. Let me give some stage to Pak Nail to talk about the motions in the first rounds. Here.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. In this occasion, I just would like to add some suggestion or some information maybe for you all about what we have talked in the first session regarding how to mitigate and prevent any loss or damage by the flood, either with embankment or massive embankment or people relocation. In the real world, there is no right or wrong because every case is very specific. It doesn't have to be the solution doesn't have to be built an embankment is the correct way, or maybe in another place the relocation can be a good measurement, or or maybe there is another solution. But regarding our topics, maybe I was expecting some of you also explaining about the safety of the embankment. Maybe some of you already tried to touch on the topics, but we expect for you to have some example. Because the keyword is the massive embankment, maybe you can try to imagine if we have a very high embankment, then is it safe to live around the embankment? Will the embankment collapse and become a landslide to the adjacent area? That may be a good example for you to give in the discussion or in the debate. And then the other things, some of you also talk about trash or garbage and said, oh, maybe we are talking about flood. It's not really correlated with the flood. But actually with the flood or garbage, they will settle in the river and reduce the capacity of the river. So everything is actually connected in the water resource management. It's only about how you narrate it, how you argument, how you discuss about these things, which, yeah, everything connected and always can be room for discussion, and maybe we can improve for the how we manage the water. I think that's for the first session. The topic is very encouraging, and we really like how you very passionate in the discussion and how you very lively talking about water resource, and it's very encouraging for us. But in the second or in the final round, this will be, I think, will be more interesting if you can add more aspect into the discussion. Yeah, because water is in the water field is not only or it do not monopolized by civil engineering, but every subject, every department can join to talk about this: economics, social, culture, uh, environment, geographic, climatology, and everything. So you can try to tackle or make a discussion from every perspective, and we are very anticipate a very heated discussion between you all. Thank you. That's for me.
Thank you. Let's give like applause to Kanina. Okay, this great time to proceed the final round. Before we proceed to the final round, you already know the speaker roles. OG goes to Rendis Foes, OO goes to UII Water Connoisseur, CG was Delima, CO is Rama Team. So this final round should be still correlated to the water. So the motions goes to context slides. First, you can capture or write something. In order to maintain groundwater sustainability, in September 2023 was issued a decree of the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, ESDM, of the Republic of Indonesia, number etc., concerning standard of implementing groundwater use approval. This decree regulates permit for groundwater use by government agencies, legal entities, entities, social institutions, and community groups and individuals. Some groundwater use activities that are required to submit an application include fulfillment of basic daily needs, at least, yeah, and public agricultures. Any questions to the info slide? Yeah. Yes, of course. Any other questions according to the context slide? No? Okay. The motions to the final round to Than World Water Forum will be: this House believes that the implementations of groundwater use licensing regulations must be implemented to all sectors, not limited to government agencies, legal entities, and social institutions, but also individuals and community groups, as the right solutions to maintain water security. Any questions according to motions? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, since there's no questions, the preparations will be 15 minutes. The case building starts now.
One left minute. Time's out.
Okay, case building time is up, so let's proceed to the final debate contest of TAN World Water Forum 2023. Yay! To come to debate, we have OG from Rendes Fus, Zuma Adela Yuliani, and Nabila Aurelia Salsabila. From OO, we have UII Water Connoisseur, Alifa Bianca Nuradrina, and Ines Ainun Safia. CG, we have Delima with Denanda Nazla Khairunisa and Alin Aurea Aisyah. CO, we have Rama team with Rangga Bagus Saputra and Margaret Ongko. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sultan Prasasti. I will be chair in this room. Judging with me,
I'm Neil Andika.
I'm Isnaini Mudiartanto.
And me, Denisa Ramadhani.
okay, under the motions, this House believes that the implementations of groundwater use licensing regulations must be implemented to all sectors, not limited to government agencies, legal entities, and social institutions, but also individual and community groups as right solutions to maintain water security. To open the debate, let's welcome the Prime Minister. Here. Forget to say, before the debate, let's state your name and gender pronouns or gender bias or something, and the POI preference. Thank you. Sorry, can you use the microphone here? Because we have the heavy rain outside.
Okay, I'm Zumas, the first speaker, and my preference for POI is when I say to raise hand, and when I say yes, means I accept it, and when I say no, thank you, it means I decline. Thank you. So I will start my speech by 3, 2, 1. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This House believes that the implementation of the groundwater use licensing regulation must be implemented to all sectors, not limited to government agency, legal entities, and social institutions, but also individual and community group at the right solution to maintain security. So in the status quo, there are many people or community creating their own groundwater without any license, and it makes we cannot control it well, and it also we have a high population without any strict regulation. People will use this groundwater uncontrollable. And the limitation of our debate is we want to support our goal is we want to support the equalities policies so that we have a better management for all the stakeholder, and so that we can have a control to use of the water. And also, we want to minimize the issues related to the building and also ground issues. The first, I want to highlight that in this era, people can have an access to create their own groundwater, and also the more they can use it easily without any license, which is from the license itself, there's also minimum checklist that they have to fill, right? So the government already set up the license so that the government can manage it in their own control. And then when the more people use the groundwater without any license, they can use it without well management. It means that it will decrease the water and also the water management, which is it's important for us to have a water management. And not only government but also for people, because every stakeholder is also give the contribution for the water management. See, okay, government have the license, but what about the people? They're just they also have a contribution to the issues related to ground, for example, like falling ground, tanah longsor, and also the building issues. Somehow I see the case where the building is suddenly broke just because it used to be a groundwater, and it will give a short and also long-term impact. And also it will give inequalities for the stakeholder if the policies or the license is only implemented for the governments and the legal entities and also social institution. When we accepting the people in our community, in the small stakeholder, meanwhile all the stakeholder is also give the contribution, the same impact. And okay, and for the next, I want to highlight that the more, not only the government who use the groundwater, if only the government who's the groundwater being given the regulation, it will not effective, because the amount of government who create groundwater is not as much as the people in our community, in the small community. So that's why it's we need the equality for the people, because they also have the same contributions to the water management and also water issues. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you to the opening government. Let's respond the case of the government. Let's call upon leader of opposition, Hihi.
Okay, is it working? Okay. My name is Ines M. Shafia. I'm from the opening opposition, first speakers of the opening opposition. For the gender pronoun she or her, you can usually raise your hand for the POI. First, okay. So, starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, before we got into our argument, let's take a look what happened in the status quo, even that maybe the other teams, all of the teams are concerned about. First, about the current status quo, where all of us are fighting over the water for the accessibility. It's showing how we couldn't even, a lot of areas, not only Indonesia, but the other, for example, like in rural areas, maybe in Bangladesh or any kind of country, they are fighting for waters because the drought or even the blood that are damaging the quality of the water that consume every day. Also, second, about the overuse of water. This is what happened in the urban cities, in the cities, maybe in LA or even in the Jakarta or any capital cities. They're using water too much, they said. And it makes the government, all of the benches, also concerned that it will damaging the security because the unavailability of the water. Second, about the this current status quo are what the government trying to brought up about by limiting the access to people by accessing the water by giving that regulation to all of the civilians, or we can also say the individuals and the community groups. These are very not relevant because how the problem is about the accessibility and availability, and when you regulate something to even prevent them to use them, it means that of course giving more availability to those people in accessing water as their basic needs. So that's why we come up as the OO to re-explaining about the whole motion. First, about the regulation. The regulation purpose is to maintaining the water security. So what is the water security? Water security is having a lot of principles. The basic one is the universality and also the sustainability. What is the universality? Universality means that how water is not only economic goods, but also it's a basic needs of the people, exactly from how you grown, whether you're an individual, whether you're part of the cultural group, even when you're in any other countries, you are universally need water, and you are already have the rights to access water. Second, about the sustainability, we believe that who needs to be concerned right now is not who live in the present, but also the other generation, our kids, our grandkids, who needs the water. That's why sustainability is very important. And how to build the sustainability is of course about the development and improvement in any kind of the system. That's what the regulation purpose. Second, about the government agencies that are already apply, or those who are responsible to securing the water in the countries. The government agency have the interest to, they are those people who have the power. What is power? First is about the resources of the money. The resources of the money, meaning that how of every government already have the fund that is settled, how the money comes up with them every year, and is already secured. And second, about they have the resources of the people. For example, like how every government having a local government and having like a group or organization, they have a lot of people to like securing the capability. Also third, about how the control, how the government securing every places to controlling exactly like any security, not only by the water. It means that they have the capability to even fulfilling the basic need, or even like fulfilling their jobs. And it's very different what happened in the individuals or the community that we try to regulate it. First is about the interest of the individual. The very basic interest is fulfilling the basic needs. For example, for the sanitation, consumption, or anything. And also, they have facing a lot of problems. For example, the first, the accessibility, the availability, the management, and also the quality of the water. Not only individuals in the rural areas here, but also what happened in the urban areas. For example, in Jakarta, and also second about what happened in the Lani Jaya, where they don't have having the good management in using water. That's why sometimes they overusing it. Sometimes they don't even have any resources for that. That's why we try to cover all of these individuals in every layer, no matter if you're living in a rural or urban areas. Coming up to our stance, which is to not supporting the motion, and to achieving our goals, which focusing on the regulation on the relevant bodies or institution, and securing the water by solving the problem, which are the accessibility, availability, management, and also the quality. Coming up to our mechanism, first is to regulating the limited to government agency, and during that, we keep gonna maintaining the use of the water to people by educating and giving them awareness in the use of water and how the water is basic need and already part of them. After all, a lot of people are gonna questioning how it will be overused and not gonna securing the water security. It will not, because people are already aware how it's also having the university where all the people also have the rights to access it. So they will aware of it. Coming up to our DBOP, we're gonna explain to you how this will bring good than harm, and all of the other things also going there. First, about our argument is talking about how this will fulfilling protecting and civilians basically, and second about the interest of the government. First, about the protecting civilians basic needs. As we said before, how the water is already basic needs and part of a human rights. Imagine you don't even have the access to water every day because there are drought, because you don't know what water with a good quality to be accessed, because any kind of problem, and now you need to be regulated because there are people who came up with like the government saying how they come up with the equally system, which are not relevant. Also, why it needs to be the groundwater that not to be regulated. First, it's about how groundwater fulfilling the indicators of solution to water issues. For example, the accessibility, how groundwater is easily accessed comparing to the other water for the civilians. Second, about the availability, how its needs should be controlled, and this is the one who like reaching the quality for people to be accessible for the water. And second, about the interest of the government. Imagine how the government having the responsible to fulfilling your basic need, and now they try to regulate it. That already at the first place, it's already their job to fulfilling that one. They just will giving more damage because Because how instead of trying to solving and instead of giving the basic needs, the basic rights of all people, they're trying to regulate them and trying to blame the civilians just because there is certain groups who are overusing or not mindfully using the water or not protecting water security. It is showing how the government who are really capable to like controlling that, just trying to avoid the whole problem and just causing any other problem. For example, it could causing the inavailability of the water. It could causing another accessibility for the water in the people. And that is why the interest of the government, who is to fulfilling the basic needs, will also be achieved because they will keep pressured by how they are keep reminded that they are already have the responsibility to fulfilling the interest of the civilians. That is the water basic needs, and also how the government will not being struggle to fulfilling this, because how they will keep operating, they will keep having a lot of more people. That means that they will keep have more funds, and they have the ability to cooperate with other transnationally or even any kind of sectors. That's why proud to oppose this position.
Thank you, leader of oppositions from OO. Let's respond and build the case of the governments by calling Deputy Prime Minister here.
Okay, my name is Aurel. As your opening government, my pronoun, of course, she, her. You can POI by saying POI, and if I say yes, if it means that I accept it. If I ignore you, it means that I don't accept it. So I would like to start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to give some rebuttal to the opening opposition teams. You said that why do people have to be regulated if they just use the water to fulfill their basic needs? If the people just use the water to fulfill their basic needs, why do people have to build the deep well? I mean, like, what our team would like to say is that many people right now is use the water uncontrollably, like that. So if you want to fulfill your basic needs, why you have to build the deep well? So that's why people have to be regulated in using the groundwater. People have to have the licenses, and also we know that not only the government who use the groundwater. If only the government who's being given the regulation, it will not effective. You know, the amount of government is like for about under the 50% of the amount of people in Indonesia. If we just regulated the government, it means that we open the issues to comes for like the distribution of the water is not equal. Why? The people who have the money will make a deep well. Me as a suburban person, I know that many people right now is make a deep well without any regulation, and they use water uncontrollably, and then also it will make the distribution of the water is not equal. If the people who have the money will make a deep well, and also because of that, people have to have the licenses to use the groundwater, and also. And also, not only government who use the water. Why do we regulate the little amount of people? The government is not as many as the people. The government is just like under the 50% of all the people in Indonesia. If only the government who have a regulation for that, it will not effective. And also, we know that by let the people use the groundwater uncontrollably without any licenses, it will give so many problems. Like what my PM say, like the broken, what's that? Construction. We know that if, there is an issue a few months ago, like, there is water comes from house, which is, it is a deep well at the past time, and they don't know about it. So, it caused by people don't have any licenses who use the groundwater. So that's why we should give a regulation that all people in Indonesia have to be regulated, right? And also, here we want to talk about equality. If only the government is being regulated, it's not equal. Once again, I told you that that amount of people in Indonesia is not as much. The amount of the government in Indonesia is not as many as all people in Indonesia, is not as many as the civilians. So that's why if we just regulated the government, it is not effective. Not only the government who use the groundwater, all people in Indonesia use groundwater. So that's why to maintain the water security, we have to give the all people regulation. All people must have licenses to use the groundwater. So that's why we as the opening government say that no. So, to support the equalities and minimize the issue related to the use of the groundwater, like the broken building and also ground issues and also the water distribution, that's why all people in Indonesia have to being regulated. So that's why the implementation of groundwater use licensing regulation must be implemented to all sectors, not limited to the government agencies. Proud to be Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, the opening governments. Let's move into the opening oppositions. Please welcome Deputy Leader Oppositions. Here.
Okay. Hello, my name is Bianca. My gender pronouns is she, her. If you have any POI, please just raise your hand. Do not speak. If I have time, I will get to you. I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Panels notice how OG is asking the government, who is already currently overwhelmed with managing water, to manage all sectors. So expanding from the status quo that we have right now without explaining any mechanism that they want to bring to make the job doable, basically. Not even easier, just doable, It's not really doable. Okay, but several point of rebuttals, right? First, they're talking about how the people actually use water controllably, right? They never really identify what kind of people are we talking about, right? People do not overuse the water because, for example, compared to factory, the level of the scale and the level of use is obviously different, right? Because this factory is a wide operation, but even though people are using enough amount of water, there's still no guarantee that what they use is good quality, because the because the qualification of water is not only the amount but also the quality, right? So in this, we already fail the rights of the people, right? Although they are overusing, right? The number of overusing is not really significant. And then the third, the overuse case is only happen like in like certain cities, right? So the regulation to all regions that are outside of those cities doesn't make sense at all. Second rebuttal on the idea, they're talking about like every stakeholder is involved and they should be equally regulated, right? But are their capability and scale of use equal to each other, right? Are their power equal compared to these government bodies who actually have like the absolute power to basically just, this province get this amount of water, this province gets a less amount of water, etc. For example, like when you're talking like you're trying to regulate like a community like Baduy community versus like the Banten government, for example, they have different use, they have different interests, and they have different scales of use, right? So it doesn't make sense to ask the government to also regulate those local communities, right? And even if yes, the equality will not be achieved by limiting these powerless bodies of the use their rights to use water, right? Because it may leave like the current bodies unchecked. I'll talk about it later. But last rebuttal on like the uncontrollable use, they're talking about like building deep well. First of all, they do this because there's already like a limited access to water, right? And there's already like also an overregulation in certain aspects, right? These two things show that the government does not have the capability to actually expand their scope of regulating. Okay. 2 point of arguments, one on the idea of impact, second on the idea of future projection. First on the idea of impact, right? First layer. We are actually doing this, by doing this, we are actually limiting the already limited rights of the people to water, right? The management of water is actually for people to use anyway. Like the government is regulating that for the people. It is for the people, right? So these people, the common civilians or like these cultural communities should actually maintain their rights to use their water to their discretion, to their needs, to their culture, etc. The discourses will then look like, I barely use, like for example, the people will talk like, I barely use any water and I am paying for it anyway. Like the amount that people pay for water is actually ridiculous, right? So why do I have to do this as well? Why do I have to go through like another layer of registration for me to be able to use the water, right? That's insane, I think. And then like a second layer is the loss of focus in the regulating body to actually monitor the water, right? Several assertions on this. First assertion is that if they want to apply this, there is no the monitoring for water now goes across different sectors with endless variables, right? Not one national body can possibly cover all of that base, because like we will have to like have survey of like different cultures, what kind of food that they have to eat. Like for example, in a community of like 100 people in Bali and a community of 100 people in Java, their needs are different and their crops are different. For example, that is correlated to their culture. This is a lot of research that I don't know how long it's probably going to take, right? But second assertion on this, the government is already struggling with the current extent of regulating, right? Two points on this. The first one is like the regulations that we have now is like somewhat of an umbrella regulation. It's very generic. It's not super. It's not like super detailed, right? Even with like these umbrella regulations, they already need a level of regional interpretation, right? So, for example, what you call as wise use of water in central government in Jakarta may mean different for government in Java or in Sumatra or in Bengkulu, for example. But last assertion on this is that the autonomy in water management that these government bodies actually have should be well regulated, right? The current system is actually sort of failing because looking at, for example, there are actually regions like NTT or like other regions that suffer from drought, for example. These areas are super dry, right? This means that the local government is not actually supported enough to regulate. So imagine if you give them the responsibility to regulate, like for example, this community in NTT should only use this. If they want to use more, they have to go through this process. We think that is insane because they currently cannot even fulfill their own people's needs, basic needs. That's why my first speaker is talking about basic needs, right? Then the focus now will be taken away by this proposal that they bring. I'd like to put the less significant to put the people who use less water in like a much less significant water use under scrutiny. Second argument on the idea of future projection, right? Now the proposal under OG will experience disorganization in several ways. First way, they will struggle in defining what proper water use is for. Like it's very unfair, right? And it is very power-centric decisions. Even in these umbrella terms, even if you're bringing people from like Papua, you're bringing people from Maluku, I believe the interpretation of what one term is defined is by the biggest power, which is like, I would say like probably Java centric, right? This is very, very unfair to the regional context, to the cultural context of the region. That is so, so unfair. Because then like you have to consider like the quality of life, right? For example, in Bantar Gebang, certain amount of water ensures health for like family A, but it may be different from family B, right? Because of like sickness, etc. So that is like such a like minuscule. And then next, you have to like keep track of water use and distribute, right? Across so many sectors, so many maps of aridity, humidity, seasonal variations. This creates another barrier for water distribution because too many things are being considered by the governing body overwhelmed. And then last one is being consistent. We believe that the current capability of the government is actually to this extent to the status quo instead of like expanding as the OG says, right? It is very hard to put parameters as I have explained, and it is also not a part of any political agenda. Yeah, currently water issues is not. We don't really hear big politicians talking about it. So it is going to be hard because like the government then will have like low drive to regulate this very seriously in the beginning, and like it puts more burden on them. No, the closing benches will not be able to win unless they have more layers than us. Thank you.
Thank you. The opening positions to respond the opening bench. Let's call upon the member of the government here.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Aline. For my gender preference is she or her, and for my POI preference, please just raise your hands, and I will start my speech in 3, 2, 1. Before going to my argumentation, first I would like to give rebuttal to the opening opposition side of the House. They concern that how can you make sure that the water quality can be used by individuals or communities? On our mechanism, before using the underground water, the government or local government should make sure that the water quality or the water ground is safe to be used for everyone. Okay, water is form of purification and everyone has the right to get the water source to fulfill their daily necessities. Underground water is not owned by some parties or groups, and we believe that everyone has the right to the groundwater, not only government agencies, legal entities, and social institutions, but also individuals and community groups. So what is our goals? The first, our goals that is to water security. How is that happened? We can use the unused water on underground or the untouched water and save the water bank from the government for other regions that having problem in accessing the water. Okay, so what is our mechanism? Our mechanism that is first send the supervisor to individuals or communities who want to use the underground water, for example, once per month, to make sure that they will fulfill the policy that the fulfillment of basic daily needs at least 100 meter cubics per month, and etc., and make the summary of water that being used so that the government could make the decision should they stop or continue or let them to use the groundwater. Okay, why is this motion is better on our side? First, more accessibility for people towards water. As we can see on today's status quo, we still having problem in accessing water. For example, myself, I have experience in what it feels that I cannot get enough of water or the water flow is decreasing or limited due to the problem, for example, PDAM, even for weeks. This is what makes us believe that by opening the access for groundwater for everyone will give prosperity to people. Second, water security is more achievable. By opening the access of groundwater, the government can store the water and keep it for other urgency, for example, for drought season. And third, the amount of people who lack of water resources will be decreased. Why does that happen? Because the water is accessible for everyone and they can use the water every day, and the government could use the water bank for the other regions that suffered with drought. What is the different situation that can be happened? In our side of the house, we can change today's status quo, but under the side of the house, they cannot. The status quo cannot be changed. Okay, I want to ask to the opposition side of the house, how can you make sure that the government could distributing the water to everyone every day with using the only water bank or water resources that is from the government, for example, from PDAM? And that's we proud to propose as the government. Thank you.
Thank you, the member of the closing governments. Let's respond the case of the closing government by calling the member of closing position here.
Okay, I will start debate in 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rangga Bagus Saputra. I'm stand here as a first speaker of a closing opposition. Our team said maintain water security is the point of motion. First, if we only some assumption that to maintain water security, it means to reduce the groundwater use. It means we didn't get the real problem. Water, but how we maintain is the groundwater production. To sustain the water security, we need to balance and the ecosystem itself, such as deforestation, bamboo, afforestation, soil conservation. We plant banyan tree, lotus water hybrid. Those also can prevent floods itself. Yeah. The plants function as water jet in tight in the rainy season that also can prevent floods in itself, but also as a water bank to keep groundwater production. So there is no drought cash. We can start from now in our home. When we build house, don't forget to leave landscape for living garden to plant those trees. Teach ourselves and children to save on our environment starting from now. Second, another solution, we build septic tank. When we use toilet, the septic tank, we will separate the dirty and water. The water use will be back again to the land. It is not only for good sanitation, but also to keep the production of groundwater itself. In conclusion, we believe to maintain water security, we need to make sure that the groundwater always available and sustainability production. That's why it's not only depend and licensing on licensing regulation. That's why we as closing opposition team disagree with the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, member of closing positions. Let's close the government bench by calling upon the whip of closing government. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dananda, as the second speaker of closing government, and I am a woman. Starting my speech in 3, 2, 1. Okay, engagements towards CO. I believe CO tried to provide us with several solutions towards the status quo problem. However, we believe that they do not mention what kind of status quo problem that they are trying to solve anyway, right? And then I believe that kind of solutions you might can consider it, but I don't think it can be concluded or can be pointed out in today's motions or today's debate, because what exactly we're talking and what we are debating today, is it okay for the government to give rights for the community groups or individual groups to use the groundwater at the end of the day? Okay, so let's, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what's already happening in opening debate. They're talking about the government capability to provide the people basic needs, which is water. I believe we all do agree that water is everyone's needs, and it is the government's interest to fulfill it. However, what we're talking about right now is which part of which way is even better to fulfill the government interest to provide the basic needs of people, right? So let's see what OG trying to brings to you. They try to talk about the quality of policy, and they try to talk about how would be it effective if this motion will be implemented. Well, however, we think OG kind of left behind, because what we're talking about here is exactly which one is better, which one is can provide everyone's fulfilled needs, and I don't think we could talk about the equality of the policy, because after all, regarding this motion is being implemented or not, everyone still got the policy and everyone gets impacted after all. Right? So let's see what OO try to bring to you, right? First of all, they try to bring to you the SQ about how people are fighting one each other to get the accessibility of water, right? But they also want to stick with the status quo. I believe from here, the starting, they're already being contradictory. If they think the status quo is already enough, that government have the full control of groundwater, that we shouldn't be talking about this because everyone should be already provided. They are claiming that the government, the one has more capability, resources, more people controlling, secure the problem, secure the water, so solving everyone's problem towards the needs of water. However, the status quo is showing that people are still fighting towards each other to get the accessibility of water. Here we come. CG is the only one who can bring to you that we have to change the status quo so we can make sure that everyone can have the accessibility of water, because we know and we have all agreed that water is a very basic needs, right? Then they also try to bring to you that it is the government responsibility, so that's being the justification why the government should be the only one who can control the groundwaters, right? Well, because of the analysis of the status quo, they're very lack. We think they're claiming the capability of the government is enough of the basic needs, but we think by doing the one power control, it will only causing another problem, such as not accessible for some people. For example, people who live outside the region, for example, and etc. and so on and so forth, right? Under outside a house, we not saying that the government will be abandoning or blaming the others because they use maybe too much water, just like they claim. Instead, under our side of the house, the government will providing a new or a better mechanism, which giving the permit to social groups or even individual to give to have their access, right? My first speaker already stated that under our mechanism, there will be like a giving supervision from the government that make sure no one will use the water too much, right? That's why there are certain of amounts that a group use, you have to make a permit or something. It's also aligned with their idea about when you want to use the water for your basic or daily needs, that you have to make a permission or something. We believe in this agreement or in these applications or regulations, you only need to do the permissions if you use after passing a certain amount of water, right? So if you only use this groundwater to support your basic daily life and just for supporting your family, you don't have to do that. That's only allowing you to use your own groundwater to support your life. However, if you use it in a larger amount of water, you have to make the permit. That means the government still have the power, which is can controlling and secure the water for everyone. It's make sure there is no one or none the social group will use too much water, just like they claiming after all, right? And then they also mentioned about the drought, for example. I believe under our side of the house, it also will be solved anyway. Why? Because the government will be able to more consider and more focus on this kind of area when they have drought water, when they could not have access to groundwater, right? So the source that the government have, they can switching the focus to this area at the end of the day. And then for the other areas that they have access to the groundwater, they have their responsibility and they can use it and they can use it well, no need of the government's attention that much, right? So under our side of the house, we can solve every problem, even it's drought or maybe the lack of accessibility of the water, and it can make sure that everyone could have access. Principally, that you allow to use the groundwater that is can support your life, and then you will have. You will be able to use this groundwater to support your daily life, but also the government could still have the control and make sure there is none of the group or none the individual will use too much water, just like what the oppositions claim. That's why I'm proud to be closing government.
thank you. The closing punches, closing governments. Let's close the debate by calling upon the whip of opening opposition. Here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Margaret Onggo from Widadharma University, Klaten. I'm here as a whip from closing opposition team. I will start my debate in 3, 2, 1. Government team insists that they need to keep the licensing regulation. But closing opposition team believe in another way. Closing opposition team believe that the license regulation is not the right solution to maintain water security. Please underline the motion of as the right solution to maintain water security. What's the problem if we believe another resolution than the regulation? Why don't we try? The regulation or permits or power only built to control people, but please be honest. Which regulation can make sure the water ground sustainability? What we need is the right solution to maintain water security. Closing opposition team believe in other approach to the right solution. My first speaker already give the solution of what he or what us believe as closing team. So we need to be underlined that we believe, that's why we can give the solution. This is not about this house belief, but we need to give the right solution also. This is not debate, but this is also our mind and our heart we put in our future of a human and security future. My first speaker already said that if we only assumption that to maintain water security, it means to reduce the groundwater use, it means we didn't get the real problem. The real problem is we need to maintain the water security. It's not only how to use the groundwater, but how to maintain the groundwater production. There is two solutions that give by my first speaker, the soil conservation and build septic tank. I will add another solution as our belief. Every house should build green area for rainfall, so the rainfall can absorb to the land. For minimalist house concept, we know that we have a land problem about build the house. So for minimalist house concept, we can use puffing block system to make sure the water absorb well to the ground. So we can make sure the groundwater sustainability. By doing such an education way and persuasive law, I believe, and we as a closing team believe, it more effective than to restrict people for limit their groundwater use. Besides, it's more cheap than to hire people for come to individuals and install the pump water to measure the groundwater. Moreover, what if people open water to the authorized people who come to install it? My first opening opposition already mentioned that Indonesia is not only Java. We have Sulawesi, Kalimantan, and how about the Papua? My first opening opposition already mentioned in NTT. How about the NTT? Indonesia is not only Java but also Papua, Sulawesi, and etc. For example, I will put red flag in here. This is not racism, but we talk about more adjective problem. Papua people have a more rural culture, different with Java. How we control Papua people for groundwater use in the strict area? It is so unfair. That's why we as a closing opposition disagree with the topic that this house believe the implementation of groundwater use licensing regulation must be implemented to all sectors, not limited to government agencies, legal entitles, and social institution, but also individuals and community groups as the right solution to maintain water security. We believe in education way and persuasive law is more effective and more the right solution to maintain water security. Thank you.
Thank you. Closing positions. By the speech of closing positions, the debate was end. Yay! Thank you everyone for the great debate. The results may come as soon as possible. The judges need to deliberate to see the result of the debate. Thank you for participating and have a great and fun debate. I assume that I wish you have connected each other to make like having a new friends according to the debate. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you for all adjudicator for leading this final round and for participant. While we waiting for the adjudicator to judge, you guys can eat your snack that we have given to you before. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. So for the announcement will be announced in gedung tempat yang awal. Thank you. Di gedung yang tadi
Yeah, so sorry guys, we're gonna move.